Afternoon. At this time, I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the Board, please call the roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Emerald. Here. Lopez.
Here.
Lopez Veda.
Yes.
Solis.
Present.
Aguirre.
Here.
This is a point of the agenda where members of the public may address the board in matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3, subsection A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting. Before or during consideration of that item, each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers.
Okay. If there are no further communication, I will recess this meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted on the meeting agenda. Item 1, student expulsions, expulsions, reinstatements. Education Code Section 48916 through 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Item 2, public employee evaluation, appointment transfer, Government Code Section 54957. Item 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Item 4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Item 6, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. Blink. Afternoon. At this time, I would like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please take roll.
Arancibia,
Present.
Emerald. Here. Lopez.
Here.
Lopez Zepeda.
Here.
Solis.
Present.
Aguirre.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
We will now hold a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. Item 1, student expulsion suspended, expulsions reinstatements, education code, section 48916 through 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Item number 2, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, government code section 54957. Item 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, government code section 54957. Item 4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of government code section 54956.9. Item 5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of government code section 54956.9. Item 6, conference with labor negotiator, government code section 54957.6. The board took the following action. Moved by Arancibia, second by Lopez, to approve the reinstatement of 3 students with a vote of Arancibia yes, Emerald yes, Lopez Zepeda yes, Solis yes. Moved by Emerald, second by Arancibia, to approve the appointment of Sasha Scott as principal, Montgomery High School, with a vote of Arancibia yes, Emerald yes, Lopez Zepeda yes, Solis yes. Moved by Solis, second by Emerald, to approve the appointment of Joe Lara as principal, Sweetwater Union High School, with a vote of Arancibia yes, Emerald yes, Lopez Zepeda yes, Solis yes. Moved by Lopez Zepeda, second by Arancibia, to approve the requests for leaves of absence for 2 certificated employees and deny the request of leave of absence for 3 certificated employees, with a vote of Arancibia yes, Emerald yes, Lopez Zepeda yes, and Solis yes. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the June 9, 2025 regular board meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Davis.
Yes.
Arancibia.
Yes.
Emerald. Yes. Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda.
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The board is pleased to recognize an exceptional student from Olympian High who is a double graduate from my district and Southwestern College. She has been in the district's dual enrollment program since her freshman year and has now earned an associate's degree in social behavior science and an associate's degree in political science from Southwestern College, in addition to her high school diploma. She has also accepted a full ride scholarship to Yale University. We are incredibly proud to recognize Mrs. Ivana Ruiz from Olympian High School. Is she here? I don't see her. Ms. Ruiz? No, I don't see her. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, we'll come back to her. And there she is. Good evening, Ms. Ruiz. We already introduced you. Is there a few words you'd like to share about your experience?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ivana Ruiz, and I just recently graduated from Olympian High School. And I also graduated from Southwestern College with an associate's degree in social and behavioral sciences and another associate's degree in political science. And I just want to say thank you, everybody, for having me. Thank you, everybody, for coming. It's a great honor to be recognized during this board meeting. I mostly just want to encourage everybody here that is a high school student or any parents or educators that have high school students to encourage your children to get involved in the dual enrollment process at Southwestern College. It definitely was a very hard journey, you know, managing often 8 classes since my sophomore year. But it was a very rewarding process as well. I was exposed to, you know, college level curriculum and college level standards. I often had to write at least one 10-page essay within the humanities courses that I was taking. You know, creating works cited pages, which are standards in almost every single college course. And you're just kind of forced to become a master of time management and, you know, self-organization. And, you know, at the end, I graduated with an associate's degree, which I hope will open up a lot of employment opportunities for me when I continue my education at Yale University this fall. So I want to encourage everybody to take advantage of opportunities like this where you're able to really expand your horizons. And I want to say thank you so much for having me here today one more time.
All right, we have a certificate for you, and we will be taking a group picture.
Thank you.
I want to add that aside from all of that, somehow she also found time to intern with Councilmember Moreno's office. So I don't know how you managed all those degree programs plus an internship, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3.
Ms. Reese, the best of luck in your new endeavor. You're welcome. Okay, moving along. The board is now honored to recognize another Olympian student who was named the CIF Gymnast of the Year. In honor, selected by coaches and judges at CIF. This year, she placed in the top 3 all around at all 11 meets, won bars at every meet, and at CIF, she placed 6th overall, placed 6th all around, and 3rd on bars. She is a 4th-year varsity gymnast, 3-year varsity cheerleader, a peer mediator, head of commissionership for ASB activities, and has maintained a 3.86 GPA. Please help me recognize and congratulate Miss Julia Quijano from Olympian High School. Come on up. Anything you'd like to say, Miss Quijano?
I just want to thank my coach, Heather, and my family and my friends, everyone who's been supporting me for the past 4 years. It's been a really fun 4 years continuing gymnastics in high school because I didn't even know that was an opportunity here at Sweetwater, so I was really excited when I found that out my freshman year. Yeah, I just want to say thank you, and thank you for having me and taking this moment to recognize me at this meeting.
Oh, you're quite welcome. Again, we're going to do pictures.
Mr.
and
Estrada would like
certificate.
to add something, if possible?
Yes. I would like to say it took me 7 years to graduate from Hilltop and Southwestern College. So I have her beat by 3 years. That's a true story. What I wanted to mention about gymnastics, I wanted to thank President Lopez Cepeda, Dr. Aguirre, and the board, and Ms. Davis for supporting us. We have your support. I don't know if you truly know everything that goes on that you support us in, right? But gymnastics is very unique in that we have a lot of partnerships with athletics from the city of Chula Vista, city of San Diego, Southwestern College, Chula Vista Elite Training Center. And 3 years ago, we reached out to Legacy Gymnastics, which is off the 905. And so they help operate our gymnastics program. Ms. Powers, who's here, she was also a former student of ours in 1995 from first graduating class of Eastlake High School. So these kids, including Julia, they not only go to a facility for gymnastics, then they travel to North County for meets, Torrey Pines, Poway, and that's where we compete as a district team. So again, you mentioned Julia, but I met her today in the ASB, and what a cheerful, great kid, and her ASB assistant principal wouldn't stop raving about what a great kid she was. But for them to do what they do and go to the lengths they do for their sport is truly credit to them and their parents for that. I would like to say she is the first gymnast in our Metro Conference in over 30 years to earn this honor. And 30 years ago in 1995, her coach earned the honors. So it is full circle, and a lot of our coaches come back. So thank you and congratulations. Yep.
Wow, great.
One, two, and three.
Okay. The board would now like to recognize the IBEW Local 569 and San Diego chapter of the NECA, the National Electrical Contractors Association, for their continued support of the Solar Sprint event. For the past 9 years, these two groups sponsor many STEAM initiatives, including the annual Solar Sprint, where they provide the solar car kits for the students to construct the vehicles. We are very grateful for their generosity and partnership with the district. We are proud to recognize Andy Berg from the San Diego NECA and Christina Marquez from IBEW 569. Are they here? We're going to have you give us a few words. Trustee Segura?
That's not Andy. Andy's not here. I'm Christina Marquez. I'm with IBEW Local 569. I've actually gone through the ranks. I started out as an apprentice in 2014, I think, and then I've just gone up and then went on as the outreach coordinator, talking about the apprenticeship. Did that for about 3 years, and it was his idea, actually. He really pushed for me to get into that position, and I really helped out a lot with doing more solar sprints at the Sweetwater High School, and worked a lot with Cesar Gomez and his program, helped that get going even more, and did his summer programs. Brought our mobile solar array trainer out there and did some training programs and conduit bending with them and things like that, and wired up their wiring board. And, you know, it was a great event, and, you know, still doing that to this day with the current outreach coordinator. And I think it's just great to open up the eyes for, you know, those kids out there who don't know that this, you know, tuition-free with full healthcare benefits is out there, that, you know, is basically a college, but the other kind of college. So, you know, it changed my life. I went to SDSU and then went into this program. And, you know, it's a great opportunity for folks. And, you know, now I work for IBEW on staff and am fighting the good fight to help electrify. And, you know, I was here not too long ago to, you know, try and reduce greenhouse gas emissions for the kids. And, you know, we got kids involved, and they were able to speak and get the electrification resolution in there, and we're going to keep trugging along with that type of stuff. So we appreciate you in recognizing us, and we're going to keep doing things like that all around the city. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Nicholas Agra, Andy Berg, he messaged me earlier just that he had something come up where he couldn't be here. He really wanted to be here. He's always been a supporter of anything that I asked for, IBW as well, that was in support of the students, you know, especially doing solar or anything electrical. And they're amazing. And these connections right here, this is like one of the main reasons why is to get Christina here. She's an environmental organizer for IBW now, and to meet the team, our Brahim, our director, and Dr. Brown. So that's a good connection right there. And IBW and NECA, they're the, you know, one represents the workers, one represents the contractors, which are the the owners of the companies. And they have a really good relationship. They probably have the best relationship, management relationship, labor management, cooperative management relationship there is around. I'm not sure if that's still true. I haven't been there in a little while. But it's usually pretty solid, because a lot of times there's a lot of fighting amongst, you know, and that's not how you get stuff done. And that's why you guys get a lot of stuff done here, is you work together as a board with the unions, and a lot of communications. But I truly appreciate this partnership, and I always enjoy it. Might have to try to do like maybe a reboot or do something new for the 10th year, you know, to kick it up a notch. Or I know you don't need any more work, but you know, it's been my honor and privilege to be participating in these with this for the students and the staff. Thank you.
Okay.
And Nick, by the way, it's great to see you back here again. And would you please say hello to Andy for me? I appreciate that. Good
I
luck,
would have
Andy.
to say it's partnerships like this that bring the capabilities of our students up to the forefront, and they are able to determine what they want to do with their life. It doesn't always have to be a college or a university. There are other options, and these connections is what gives our students these opportunities to think,
Yes.
to choose from.
I totally agree. I could tell you, I know sitting there for 10 years, that's really all I talked about for a long time was the apprenticeship opportunities were there, and it's been really a blessing to see now everybody talk about apprenticeships for the last few years, and students go in that direction, and maybe they go through the apprenticeship and they go to college after that, right? There's just, you're always, because that's the kind of person that's going to get in the IBW program, is somebody who's going to be a lifelong learner, and that's usually the most successful person around is that person. So it's an amazing opportunity. I did the same thing, went through the apprenticeship. You know, Christina went through the apprenticeship, and you know, it's been a really rewarding, and she's on staff, which is like, especially right now, there's a lot of with elections happening, that's 7 day a week here, you know. I don't miss that part, that's for sure. But thank you for all your support.
Okay, I have some plaques for you.
Thanks.
also have a donation as a swag bag for all the board members.
Sure you put those on your board Working together is how we find success for our scholars. Okay. The board would now like to welcome Maureen O'Connor, Program Manager for the San Diego Project Heartbeat, who has a presentation and recognition for the board.
Thank you so much. My name's Maureen O'Connor, no relation to the ex-mayor of San Diego, though I do work there. I want to thank you for allowing me to be here today, and I want to thank Sweetwater Union High School District for their partnership in several ways with our program, which is a life-saving program. Helps to put AEDs out in the community, and equally important, educate people on recognition and response to cardiac arrest. And a good friend and former coworker through the city, I believe, I'd like to recognize Marty Emerald today, and also Christina Fox. I don't want to forget Assistant Superintendent Vernon Moore, who helped to coordinate our first meeting together. I believe this was something that you thought up that might be able to be done. Our program, San Diego Project Heartbeat, I'm proud to say, is not only nationally recognized as the best large community program, but it's globally recognized throughout the world. And it's efforts like this that make it this way. So on behalf of our fire chief, I want to recognize both you and Christina for your exceptional service and performance in educating over 22,000 students and staff members over this last year. We hope that it continues. Yeah. Definitely. In my 30-year experience in emergency medical services, never have I seen a feat like this be so well planned out and carried through. And these two ladies here were the two that really saw the whole program through. They were at every educational event, and I can't say enough about them. If Christina Fox was available to hire, you know, I would steal her in a flash. That woman has organizational skills like no one I know. So thank you for allowing me to present these to you today. From our fire chief, again, for your exceptional performance and service, not only to Sweetwater Union High School District, but to the communities of San Diego County. I did ask that each of you receive one of these today. This is the national report from the CARES program that collects data on cardiac arrest so that we might be able to enhance survival rates. And it's efforts like this that are going to get it done. So this is fresh off the press today that was handed to all of us just so that you can understand. I think I gave you one already. But anyway, I just want to thank you for embracing this and doing something about this. I think you'll be amazed to find out how many of cardiac arrests occur at home. They do happen in schools. Schools are a high-end occurrence. But you're educating your students and staff on how to recognize it no matter where their journey leads them in life. So thank you so much for letting me present these today. Exceptional human beings, exceptional service. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a picture.
Maureen? Christina is more up to date than I am on our next chapter. And that not only were we excited and exhausted with 22,000 kids? But this training is now built into our school district's health and safety plan. And so we will continue this training for our 7th and 11th graders and 9th graders at San Ysidro High School. And so that's going to go forward in perpetuity, I guess, so that we continue the training and building this vast number of people in our community who understand the importance of learning life-saving skills and perhaps one day will wind up having to use them. Absolutely. And so thank you for your guidance and your support in all this, because you made it happen. Yeah. And she made it happen, for sure. But thank you so very much. Yeah.
Yes, up at the
Absolutely.
front.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's get the rest of the board on. No, this has to be a big secret, you know.
One, two, and three.
One, two, three. One more. Oop. My system ran away from her phone. One, two, three. That's okay. She was my health teacher. She gave me an A. So there we go. Thanks so much.
I like that. I like all of the awards. Okay. We will now have a message from Superintendent Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, President Lopez Cepeda. First and foremost, I'm going to ask everybody to bear with me a little bit. This report is a little bit longer, but only because we're concluding a school year. Good evening and buenas tardes. Bienvenidos a todos and welcome to our June 9th, 2025 Board of Education meeting. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my congratulations to the 5,319 graduates from our district. Congrats, grads. I'd also like to extend my congratulations to students promoting from middle school to high school, as well as every other student in our district. Way to finish off the year. Let's begin with some of the many things going on in our district since our last board meeting. A number of us had an opportunity to attend the annual CIF San Diego Imperial Section Appreciation Event. Thank you to our CIF partners. Attended the community schools event to recognize schools being awarded the state grant. Likewise, I want to extend my gratitude to everybody who worked on that grant, including our association partners, our parents, our students. It was a truly community effort, and I think that's an amazing grant that will help us do some really great things in our district. I had an opportunity to attend the 9th annual Solar Spring car event. Thank you so much to everybody who helped put that together. This year it was at San Ysidro High School. And again, I want to reiterate my appreciation to former trustee, Nick Segura. I was invited by the Office Technical Business Services, OTBS chapter, to attend their end of year celebration. So thank you in this particular season to Mr. Steve Farina, who also deserves a congratulations as he will be riding off into the retirement sunset. Thank you, Mr. Farina. I also attended the 2025 Employee Recognition event, which was located in National City Middle, which was, by the way, a wonderful host. Thank you to Mr. Jose Luis Vargas, and thank you to Communications Office for having planned such a wonderful event to recognize our employees. Had an opportunity to attend the Annual Excellence Award organized by our state and federal office. Thank you to Ms. Leila Kashani. And my best wishes to her as well as she heads off into retirement. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Also attended the UCSD Chancellor's Advisory Committee Spring Reception. I want to extend my gratitude to Chancellor Pradeep Khosla for ensuring that UCSD listens to community voices. Also happens to be my alma mater, so thank you to Chancellor Khosla. I attended the big teacher reveal. This year recognizing the Teacher of the Year, Mr. Miguel Marin of Granger, as a County Teacher of the Year. Congratulations to Mr. Marin. Also attended the STEM Senior Night. Thank you to our CTE, Career Technical Education Office, for coordinating this initial event. Thank you, Mr. Rahim. Attended the 2025 Spring Sports Award Ceremony. Thank you to our athletics office for helping out on that great event to honor our student athletes. So thank you to Mr. Estrada. Also an opportunity to attend the Chula Vista State of the City along with a number of other folks. Thank you to the mayor, John McCann, for that invitation. Attended the transition program graduation ceremony. Thank you to Special Services for doing a great job to ensure this was a special day for all students and families involved. Also had an opportunity to attend the Boss Buddy Ball in honor of Unified Sports. So I want to extend my gratitude to ASB AP at Montgomery High School, Ms. Valerie Ruiz, for putting on such a beautiful event and recognition. Again, many thanks. Along with some of our trustees and members of our executive team, we were able to attend a number of promotion and graduation ceremonies throughout our district last week. It was wonderful to see such happiness and joy across our district. Thank you and congratulations to everybody. And lastly, thank you to the Chula Vista Chamber of Commerce for the Education Impact Award for our district. It is nice to see the hard work that we are all doing be recognized. It is indeed a season of gratitude and celebration in our district. It is my hope that everyone can now have a restful summer break. This is also a season to celebrate many accomplishments in different realms, and in this case, I wanted to highlight some in the athletics area. Congratulations to the following. Olympian girls lacrosse, who was the San Diego CIF Division III champions. Congratulations, Olympian. Congratulations to Olympian softball, who was the champion for Division III CIF. Congratulations. Congratulations to Eastlake High School softball Southern California regional champions. Congratulations, Eastlake. Congratulations to San Ysidro High boys volleyball, who was the San Diego CIF Division V champions. I want to extend again congratulations to all of our student athletes for representing our district with honor and good sportsmanship. Way to make us proud. This next part of my update is a little bit more difficult, but I find it necessary to speak up regarding the context through which we are living. Specifically, as a superintendent who is the son of immigrant workers, farm workers, grandson of braceros, I find it imperative to add my voice in an attempt at building constructive understanding. While I understand that it is no longer popular to try to find common ground, I will nevertheless make an honest attempt in the spirit of goodwill. Immigration enforcement is capturing the attention of our nation and indeed the world. We have seen that in our own nearby neighborhood of South Park, and we have seen this play out in the Los Angeles region throughout the last couple of days. We are not unaccustomed to this in our own region since we are located on the border with Mexico. Something that I think we uniquely understand because of our fronterizo experience is that two things, and indeed many more, can be true at the same time. We can stand for law and order. We understand the need to follow laws. We also understand that it is possible to do this in a manner that is compassionate. We understand that a basic tenet is that all people have an inherent dignity. My plea, rooted in humility, is for those enforcing laws to do so in a manner that is compassionate, lest we forget the old adage that for the grace of God, go I. To those who feel compelled to protest and hold assembly, please remember that it is important to do so peacefully and without violence. Indeed, two giants on whose shoulders we stand on, Martin Luther King Jr. and Cesar Chavez, taught us that peaceful protests can bring about positive, lasting change. Perhaps I'm a relic of a time when social media did not exist, but I continue to stridently believe in the capacity of human understanding. It is my hope that we can listen to each other without hating on each other. No algorithm will allow us to understand each other if we don't listen with an open heart and an open mind. Life is sometimes complicated, and while absolutes come more easily, the complicated reality of life sometimes gets in the way. I truly believe that we have more in common than differences. In all humility, I don't expect the president or the governor to hear what I have to say. But so long as I'm at the head of Sweetwater Union High School District, I will continue to strive to make efforts to build understanding. Is that not the goal of an education? To build understanding? So as difficult as that may be, that is our calling. So at this point, I would like to make a call, and that call is not complicated. The call is for greater understanding and compassion, as we all strive to have an orderly society filled with compassion. Two things can be true at the same time. And with that, thank you, and let's get on with the rest of our board meeting. Gracias por la oportunidad de servir.
We will now have a message from Mrs. Liliana Davis, Student Board Representative.
Good evening, everyone. Congratulations to everybody that was awarded some type of award today. You guys all make the district very proud. But as we wrap up a busy month of May filled with AP testing, finals, and year-end responsibilities, I want to begin by thanking all the ASB presidents who took the time to respond to the survey I sent out. Your feedback has been incredibly valuable and continues to help shape this beautiful district that we're proud to be a part of. Our final gathering before graduation was both meaningful and memorable, offering a chance to reflect on all that we've accomplished together. As the school year comes to a close, I'd also like to recognize this important time of transition and celebration. To our graduating seniors, congratulations on reaching this incredible milestone. Your perseverance and resilience have carried you through a unique and challenging high school experience, and as you move on to your next chapter, know that your leadership and spirit have left a lasting impact on our campuses. As well as to our teachers and staff, thank you for guiding us to the finish line with unwavering dedication. You've been the steady force behind our success, and we are truly grateful. Over the past 2 meetings, I've brought up the state of our school bathrooms, and while it may feel repetitive, it is because the concerns remain constant. Privacy, accessibility, and cleanliness are ongoing issues that still need attention. I'm encouraged to report that the bathroom availability has improved on many campuses. And that said, cleanliness continues to be a concern. And after hearing from many students, it's clear that this isn't just an administrative issue. However, promoting shared responsibility through things like PSAs or morning announcements could help shift the mindset. Our shared spaces reflect how much we respect one another, and clean bathrooms are a fundamental part of that respect. On another note, construction projects are also now in full swing and visibly progressing across the district. It's exciting to see how these long-awaited upgrades are coming into life, and at several schools across the district, including over at Olympian, the new central seating area is complete and looks fantastic, creating a fresh, welcoming space for students to gather, as well as our new 2-story building is well on its way. On behalf of all ASB presidents, I sincerely thank the board for making these campus improvements possible. They've brought a renewed sense of pride to our schools, and still students remain curious about the ongoing projects, what's being built, and how these new spaces will be used. Sharing details would help students feel more informed and connected to the progress. Alongside all of this visible progress, one thing that's remained constant is the focus on safety, both during school hours and extracurricular events. Making sure we have administration present at sports games has played a crucial role in protecting our athletes and spectators. As someone who actively participates in sports, I've personally noticed and appreciated the presence of administrators during these games. Their vigilance helps maintain order and allows for quick responses to potential issues. Other ASB presidents have echoed this sentiment, recognizing how much this administrative presence continues to contribute to a safe and positive atmosphere. Their visibility not only reassures athletes, but also reinforces safety as a shared community priority to ensure that athletes can focus on their performance instead of outside distractions or concerns. While all these topics may seem unrelated, they all contribute to the same goal, building stronger, safer, and even more unified school communities. Thank you to everyone here tonight for your ongoing commitment and making our schools places where every student feels seen, heard, and supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Okay, moving along, public communication, D1. Conduct a public hearing and first reading to gather community feedback for the proposed 2025-2026 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers?
Okay. Public hearing is now closed. Staff will now provide a report on the proposed LCAP.
Thank you, President Lopez Cepeda. I will ask Dr. Alvarez to lead us through this presentation. Dr. Alvarez.
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre, Ms. Lopez Cepeda, board members, and community. Thank you. Today we'll be talking about the LCAP and the process that we've used as a district to develop our plan and review our plan. California Education Code provides a means for districts to have a completed LCAP by July 1 of each year in conjunction with our general budget presentations. The LCAP is a 3-year plan. LCAP started in 2014 and is developed really to look at those actions and services and expenditures that are aligned with providing outcomes for state and local priorities for our students. The LCAP has certain requirements, and what we've included are the LCFF, the Local Control Funding Formula Budget Overview for parents, a plan summary. And when I say a plan summary, our plan is about 276 pages, so it's not so much a summary, but it is a very detailed plan of what we're doing. We have to also provide an engaging, how we're engaging our educational partners, our goals, our actions, our metrics, and how we are increasing or improving our services for our foster youth, low-income, and English learners, as well as all of our students. And then the LCAP also has action tables, which is associated with each action and the total expenditure attributed, and then the instructions. One of the major areas that I mentioned was the engaging educational partners. That is a year-long process. It's not just a one-time meeting. It's ongoing, where we engage parents and students and staff through surveys. We have parent advisory committees, both at the site and the district level. We have our school site councils, our parent advisory committees. This year, we had a student committee that was formed specifically from each of the trustee areas to support the LCAP development. We have empathy interviews at school sites. We include our SELPA in the South County. We have a coherence task force within the district that also provides feedback. Of course, our principals, both at high school and middle school and alternative programs, as well as our program managers and directors. And then our district cabinet reviews the LCAP on a very high frequency basis to ensure that we're aligned through all of our departments in the work, and as well as our associations. And then this year, was started 2 years ago, we do have 2 specific goals that are associated with specific schools based on mobility rate. And somehow I finished my exercise. I don't know how I did that, sorry. I don't know. Maybe it's tied. Thank you. Thank you. Woo. Now I don't have to pretend I did. Okay. So we have, I know exactly. So now we have the equity multiplier at 2 schools at AVA and Palomar, and I'll talk a little bit more of those, what those are. So building the LCAP, basic breakdown, goals, metrics, actions, and then analysis. So each year, as we develop the LCAP, we provide those goals. Our goals have not changed. However, in the last year, we had to add a 5th goal because of the equity multiplier. And then this year, because of one of the requirements to include the Learning Recovery Block Grant, we added a 6th goal that would be distinct for that area. That way it was easier to track for us. So you'll see that. And then we analyze each goal and how we've done, what's the efficacy, and what metrics we've utilized to follow that data. Our LCAP in the past has had those 4 major goals. The first one is really about teaching and learning and how we're preparing students for college and career. That career portion is a huge component of that as well. We also have goal 2, which is about our culture and environment at schools, how we're ensuring that it's a culture that promotes equity and excellence and also safety. We have our 3rd goal, which is really about what we're doing with our parents, our guardians, and our community engagement. And then the fourth is kind of that foundational goal of all the systems that we have in place to ensure that we're supporting our student success by having operational excellence across the district. As I mentioned, last year we added goal 5, which was the equity multiplier. For those, AVA wanted to focus on increasing graduation rate and then decreasing chronic absenteeism. And so those are included for both Alta Vista Academy and Palomar. And then goal 6, as I mentioned, is really looking at academic recovery, emotional supports, and access for our students through the Learning Recovery Block Grant. And so that's a new goal that we'll talk a little bit about. Just as an overview, actually I think this one kind of gives you a little bit of a better overview. This is the total budget expenditure that we have, and then those that are attributed to LCAP. I'm going to go back to this one. We have about $71 million for this year's LCAP. Just keep that as a note. Last year, our LCAP was $77 million. LCAP is based on enrollment. It's a 3-year average of your enrollment. So as enrollment does decrease, our LCAP funds also decrease to some proportion of that. So just an overview of LCAP Goal 1. It's really about looking at academic achievement, those college career readiness skills, and making sure that we're closing the achievement gap for our students, our English learners, students with disabilities, foster youth. And then our key metrics that we look at are A through G completion rate. Those are the courses that you need in order to satisfy entrance into a California State University or UC system school. We look at the graduation rates for our school district, and we also look at the SBAC performance in English language arts and mathematics, as well as our English learner progress, our advanced placement pathways, and then our CTE pathway completion. And that's the advanced placement pass rate, sorry. Some key actions that we continue to look at are class size reduction, also how we staff counselors, our class size reduction for our English language development, our ALD classes, our career technical pathways, as was mentioned before, and then we have programmatic supports for specific programs that are both district-wide and then also highlighted at specific sites. AVID is a district-wide program, but the International Baccalaureate is offered at 2 of our high schools, and then we have middle school programs that are being developed as well, and those are through the Bonitas and then through the Castle Park schools, and then our School of Performing Arts at Chula Vista High School. One of the main goals of Goal 1 is really that what's happening in the classroom, and so you'll see a lot of instructional supports, such as the curriculum TOSAs, the teachers on special assignment, acceleration coaches. We call them APEX coaches at school sites. So each school has a coach that is a teacher that is helping students recover credits, as well as additional tutors in the classroom and instructional supports. Some new action steps. CARPE is a program with High Tech High, where it's really looking at how do we ensure that we're raising our FAFSA completion so that students can get funding for higher education. We also have increased our summer school support for counselors. You had the STEAM coordinator and CTE director here. We are looking at increasing our STEAM activities across the district. And then we've also added some components about increasing our pay so that we have high quality substitutes to support our teachers. Goal 2 is all about that healthy learning environment. We continue to focus on student well-being, culture of equity and positive school climate. Some of the key indicators are looking at our chronic absenteeism rates and reducing those, and we disaggregate that data by our subgroups. We also look at suspension rates, our dropout and expulsion rates, as well as California Healthy Kids and other surveys that we utilize across the district. Some of our continued actions are ensuring that we have school safety and connectedness programs, including the support through assistant principals, campus assistants, athletic directors, and attendance coordinators. We also have specific supports for homeless and foster youth, our student support services and mental health services, our school resource officers, our multi-tiered system of supports, and then also we have some allocations that have been for flexible allocations at school sites where schools, based on their school needs, are able to add additional resources based on a needs assessment that they've conducted. And then one of the items that we added last year and we're continuing this year are security cameras. So across the district, every school is getting at least 20 security cameras that Ms. Quirk and her team have been diligently developing the plans, and then the cameras have been installed at many of our schools, and that's an ongoing plan. Some of the new modified actions, we saw that we needed some additional supports with nurses, so their allocation has been increased. We've also added a director and program manager of athletics. You saw all the athletic accolades here. We have a very robust athletic program, and so one of the biggest ways to connect students to school is to get them involved, and athletics is certainly that venue. So we made sure that was part of our LCAP, as well as the district coordinator of mental health and counseling that was just approved a couple of board meetings ago. For goal 3, it's the parent engagement, the community engagement, and it's having that outreach, parent education, and then supporting what is happening at both the site and district parent committees. What we have done with this is, in terms of our metrics, we've looked at surveys, we look at participation and feedback and parent communication. We monitor through our communications department, our social media feeds, and looking at how many people are engaging in those. And then the school messages and other platforms that schools use to communicate. We monitor that data. Continued actions, we're continuing to build and augment what we offer through our parent engagement. With community schools, that is one of the focus areas that we will continue to hone in and become much better at doing that. We also sponsor our community relations facilitators at 14 of our sites that are supported by the LCAP, as well as continued workshops for our parents. New modified action steps, we're expanding our survey and the way that we get feedback. We've also added Wishwell. That contract was brought at the last board meeting, and that provides for all of our schools to have parent engagement workshops throughout the school year. And I think, as we saw last year, that was a very positive engagement strategy for our families. And then we will also provide additional parent leadership trainings through various organizations. And then goal 4, as I mentioned, this one doesn't have as much in terms of attributed funding, but it is important because it really offers those supports through our operations. And so human resource, fiscal, facilities, and information technology are included in here. We look at our audit data as metrics. We look at our facility inspection tools and our Williams reports, as well as survey results and our business processes reviews. Some of the actions are just to make sure that we're aligned. Infor was a huge component of that, is making sure that all of our systems are talking to each other, and then professional development as part of that. Classified training for our teams, and then ensuring that we have support through our information technology department. New supports, just continued training as we expand Infor. There's increased users, so making sure that they're involved in that. And then additional days of professional development for our classified staff, as well as with human resources and Dr. Gavin and her team. I know that they're doing a lot of things to try to engage and attract employees, but also maintain employees in our district. And so those strategies are part of the LCAP plan as well. And then goal 5, as I said, they were specific to 2 schools, to Alta Vista and to Palomar. Really, it's looking at improving graduation, attendance, school connectedness. And then the metrics are those that we discussed. decreasing chronic absenteeism, increasing graduation rates, increasing student achievement, GPA, reducing suspension rates, and then what we do with that school climate survey. We'd like to see positive engagement with our students and our families through those surveys. The actions have remained pretty constant for both of them. It's having additional supports in ELA and math. It's also having college tutors. So Hey Tutor is one of those components. And then having additional teacher professional development specific to the school sites. For Palomar, one of those new actions, about 2 board meetings ago, there was curriculum that was approved for them, which is looking at direct services for CTE for them, where they have a survey course that students take so that they become more familiar with career pathways. And then for Alta Vista, they're continuing with their plan of making sure that they're working with their attendants, of getting literacy support, and having MTSS and restorative practices as a support for students in the program. And then the last one is really that LCAP goal 6. We looked at the metrics of having all those same type of indicators for reducing chronic absenteeism, increasing graduation rates, decreasing suspension, and then increasing our academic performance in English and language and mathematics. And then with this, these are some of those action steps that we've added. The Learning Recovery Block Grant, so next year, we have 2 more years after this. I think it sunsets in 28. Correct, Doctor? Or 27?
Prior to that, 27, because the governor's budget has it extending to 27.
Okay, that hasn't been extended yet, so with this, it's really just kind of continuing some of those support services of looking at additional teachers on special assignment, TUPE, the tobacco use prevention, site coordinators, assistant for small schools, and continued tutoring. So those are some of the components. So the LCAP, as I said, is about 276 pages. The process, so that you all know, we do a first read here. Last Friday, right before graduations, we met with the county and they gave feedback. The feedback was pretty positive. There were some very minimal changes, and those changes will be reflected when we come back to board on the 23rd. Once both the budget and the LCAP are approved, we send that to the county. The county has till October 8th to approve those for us. And we should, if there's any modifications after that, if they were substantive changes, we would bring it to the board in August so that you would be able to review that. Okay, any questions?
Just a comment. I just want to say thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for such a wonderful LCAP. I know when I started 11 years ago, the LCAP wasn't as robust, and the participation wasn't really there. So thank you for also adding the student groups. And if possible, if you could send us just numbers of surveys and how many participants, just so.
Oh, definitely. Well, we'll do that because we also had the, with the community schools survey, in between the community schools survey and the LCAP survey, we had about 20,000 responses. So very significant in terms of the numbers of responses that we've received.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving along, item D2. Conduct a public hearing and first read to gather community feedback on the Sweetwater Union High School District's preliminary 2025-2026 proposed budget. Do we have any speakers?
There are no speakers?
Okay. Oh, I will now. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers? Obviously not.
There are still no speakers.
Oh, God, I thought they'd show up. Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Staff will now provide a report on the proposed budget.
Thank you, President Lopez Cepeda. Just kind of from a broad-based perspective, I would like to thank Dr. Sokol and her team for putting this presentation and this budget proposal together. I think we continue to work in a way that's prudent, that manages the district resources in a responsible manner to ensure that we're being responsible stewards of the public resources we've been charged to oversee on behalf of the public in order to provide as best and as highest quality education as we can. So I think that's the broad-based comment I'd like to present, but then I'll ask Dr. Sokol to get into the details of this budget proposal. Dr. Sokol.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. And good evening, President Lopez Cepeda, the Board of Trustees, Cabinet and Community, and Dr. Aguirre. So we'll be highlighting our first read of the 25-26 budget. This is complementary to what Dr. Alvarez just shared in terms of the LCAP. And so those elements are incorporated into this plan. So we'll be highlighting the timeline because we started our work back in January, and then there was recent changes with the governor's May revise. We'll highlight a couple of assumption changes and then look at our multi-year projections based on the information we have now, and then cash flow and other funds. So here's just a snapshot. When we started the work with our school principals and department leaders back in January, which kicked off when the governor released the budget at the state level. That was some updates on some of our assumptions that we were using. And then now just recently in May, we'll share a couple of points, particularly around the cost of living adjustment. So that did change. And then we're bringing forward the first read today with the adoption on the 23rd. If there's anything that is significant in the final state budget that's approved, we will bring forward that to the board on August 11th under the 45-day provision. And then we continue our work because right now we're making assumptions of what our June numbers will look like. Those are projections. And so when we bring the budget or the unaudited actuals in September, that'll be updated accordingly. And then we will then have the board certify the first interim because at this point in time, what the board is reviewing today and also on the 23rd is that there is a balanced budget for 25-26. Certifications happen during first and second interim, but I'll share a couple of details as what we're at this point in time. So we'll go through the specifics. What the governor shared in mid-May was there's obviously a lot of financial and economic uncertainties as the state updated the budget. So kind of looking at there are some lower revenues, some other increased costs at the state level. So there is a budget deficit at the state. And so they've approached it as such with reductions, borrowing considerations, and we'll share that, how that impacts at the local level here with some deferrals. And there's been some funding shifts and so forth. So that way the state is balanced at the state level. There's actually, in terms of, there's the state component, but also highlighting here, as we've built the budget for 25-26, there are some areas of risk that we've been all monitoring very closely because the federal budget, although it does maintain the Title I and special education funding, there are eliminations to many of the titles. Title II, Title III, Title IV. Title II, as an example, is about 1.1 million. Title III is about 800, and Title IV is about 600. So if those don't materialize and are not funded, that will impact the fund balance. And some of our plans will have to look at that and revisit what that looks like. Another consideration as we look, aside from the general fund, is our adult ed fund. There's about $1.1 million in WIOA funding. And that is factored in our budget plan now, but that too, if it doesn't materialize, will impact the fund balance. And we'll highlight that when we share that slide. So again, something for us to closely monitor as this evolves at the federal level and how that trickles down for us here at the local level. Just highlighting here how things change throughout the year. It did stay in the 2% range, but this is why sometimes our assumptions change as we get new information. So a year ago when we received the final state-approved budget, the COLA was 2.93, and now it's 2.3. So that's what's the current assumption as we've built the budget going forward. A couple of other items that we'll closely monitor once things are finalized is there is a proposal to have a discretionary block grant, and noted here on the different kind of considerations. I did receive an update today that the Assembly and Senate did reach an agreement, sooner than, they have until June 15th. But they did reach an agreement to send the budget to the governor for review and approval. One consideration is actually a reduction to this proposal. So they've reduced this down to about 500,000, or 500 million down. So that's a change that is involved. And as Dr. Alvarez pointed out earlier too, there is a proposal with the Learning Recovery Grant, because those funds do expire in June of 2027. But there is a proposal to extend it one more year, which would give us flexibility at the local level. If there's any carryover funds, we can roll that forward. But there's also an allocation that may happen as well, based on that restoration of a $378 million. So again, something for us to see where this falls in that negotiation with the governor. The deferrals, this is what I mentioned earlier too, as the state balances the budget for the district, and how we also had to build our cash flows for 25-26, has the June 2026 apportionment, EPA, and other payments, about $45 million. That got deferred into July of the next month. So just a month worth of deferrals, but impacts cash. It's how the state then records the revenues or their payments to school districts to balance things out. So just a factor here with those deferrals. So with all those assumptions, then we've also now at the local level evaluated enrollment. And so as you can see of the last few reports that we've brought forward, you're starting to see things just level out a little bit. So when we look at 26, 27, kind of a little bit flat there. So you don't see that steep decline as we've experienced. So, but something still to keep in mind as we work on these projections going forward. And then also our average daily attendance is still around the 92%. So we've maintained that. Again, historical levels prior to the pandemic was about 94%. And then the 3-year unduplicated average, complementing what Dr. Alvarez said earlier, which ties to that LCAP and why you see the shift in the funds from 77 million to 71, is around the 62%. But again, it's tied to also our enrollment. Okay. So again, to see there are other assumptions that are built into those, into the projections. But here wanted to share how we always bring forward the reporting from period to period. But one thing to note, this is just in terms of how we project our end of year to look like, and this is where you see a significant change from what we brought at second interim, and it's tied to the LCAP. So the LCAP has about $55 million that is going to be unspent, so we're going to carry forward. So what it does temporarily, so you see that $172 million that we had at second interim, it bumps up the fund balance a little bit by that $55 million. Because then in the next period, we have to then re-spend those dollars. So it just shows it going up, but then with the spend down in the next year. And so this particular slide shows the multi-year projections. And so you can see the current year, or 25-26, we're looking to spend at about $103 million, but $55 million is that LCAP carryover. But looking at that line specifically, line number 7, you can see that the district's projected structural deficit or kind of spend is about $52 to $53 million. Okay. But with that said, that is then we're also utilizing the fund balances. We've had the enrollment, declining enrollment number, so we're utilizing those. But as you look at 27, 28, those funds are exhausted. And then one thing to note, we footnoted it there too, is the 3% board set aside is expended. So actually that amount is in that last year, 27, 28, is more like 1.15%. Again, it's utilizing those reserves to cover that shortfall based on these projections at this point in time. Okay. And then with that said, just again, cash, our projections are, I mean, there's no need at this point for any type of borrowing. We're projecting to have about $147 million at the close of next year. Again, we'll continue to monitor that month to month. I did want to highlight on Fund 11, which is our adult school. As I mentioned earlier, right now we're anticipating about a $3 million fund balance. So if those BOF funds don't materialize at the federal level, it'll impact that number there. And then also to, in compliance with the AB 1491, we've got about $6.6 million worth of projects that are earmarked for spend down. Fund 13 also does have spend down considerations that we have with the CDE, about a little over $4.6 million. Again, it's a balanced budget, so when you see that structural shortfall in 25-26, that's attributed to that spend down plan. And other than that, the rest are the capital funds. So we've got those adjustments where we feel, or where we project that June 30th will end. So those are all accounted for and then rebudgeted in the next year. And so again, in terms of next steps, as I mentioned, the Senate and Assembly approved and forwarded their budget for to the governor. And the governor has, I think, until the 27th to sign off. And we did provide the packet. You have the SACS report, so we've cleared all of our technical review checks. So we've got everything incorporated there for your review. So hopefully if things stay static all the way through until budget adoption. Questions?
Uncertainty is a challenge because we don't know. We could be A-okay or, oh my God. And we don't know until it's there or not there.
And if I may, President Lopez Cepeda, and that it really is kind of in different realms. So
Yes.
one is the state budget and the state economic outlook. And then secondarily, it's the federal budget perspective. As you're aware, the House of Representatives recently passed a spending proposal, what they are deeming the big, beautiful bill. Not my words, but that is what it's called. So, we're waiting to see what happens on the Senate. As Dr. Sockel and Dr. Alvarez indicated, inevitably there will be an impact to us. The question is exactly what will that look like? And that's where this uncertainty resides, and that's where I think being able to have those reserves over the past couple of years has really placed us in a place to be able to weather it, but that's time limited. And hopefully, we can influence what happens both in Sacramento and Washington, but at the same time, we have to be very clear-eyed about the fact that some of these proposals are not going to be supportive of our mission. If anything, they may be damaging of our mission. So just to be able to, from a budget perspective, being able to have that in mind, and to be able to focus on stability for our district, even though we have all these points of uncertainty, whether it's state or federal, I think is what we've been trying to focus on, as well as the local uncertainty of declining enrollment. Those are the biggest variables that I think we're mindful of as we're developing budgets and strategies to, again, ensure that quality instruction can continue to happen.
Yes, thank you. Any other comments or questions? No? Thank you, Dr. Sockel.
Thank you, Dr. Zucker.
Okay. Item D3, conduct a public hearing and adopt the resolution number 4969 in support of applications for eligibility, determination, and funding and designation of authorized district representatives. I will now open the public hearing.
There are no speakers?
I didn't even get to ask.
I'm sorry.
Do I have a motion?
Oh, you need to.
Oh, I'll close. See what happens? I have to. Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution 4969?
So moved.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Public communication on non-agenda items. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes to do so pursuant to board bylaw. The board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Kathleen Cheers.
The Montgomery community, like all in the South Bay, value the education Sweetwater personnel provide, and so appreciate our school site leadership. The success of any entity is based on the integrity, expertise, communication skills, and the empathy of its leadership. Montgomery High has been blessed to have had Mr. Louis Zumstein as its high school principal. He had previously laid the foundation of his leadership as principal of Montgomery Middle. While we knew at some point he would move up and on, little did we dream that move would mean out as well. The county is indeed fortunate to have chosen this special educational leader. While we all celebrate this career move, it is tainted with more than a bit of sadness. Historically, in my 52 years, he is indeed one of the best of the best. Undoubtedly, he will take with him, once an Aztec, always an Aztec. Trustee Solis, Superintendent Aguirre. The three of us have history, long history. Trustee Solis, undoubtedly you will carry with you the memory of the early days long after you serve your final term. You, sir, no matter how much you disagreed with me or any other speaker, sat there focused, all attention paid. Not one time did you lose your professionalism or receive a message in a defensive manner or defensively respond. You understood the taxpaying community has the right to our opinions. Superintendent Aguirre. In preparation for this, I researched on the net my first comment, hold on now, regarding your initial hire as head of facilities, and I quote, "In the many years I have spoken against an agenda item, none has ever been as blatant a poor choice for a personnel hire as this one. You received my comment without blinking, and you didn't become defensive or aggressive. What you did do, sir, was to ask to meet with me. We met, you listened to my concerns, and I might add, my vernacular was not one I could ever use at this podium. I left that meeting with the foundation of respect. You showed total professionalism in understanding my concern. You offered your commitment to the highest of standards. To this day, we disagree on many issues, yet the mutual respect we have for each other is based on honesty of understanding. We can agree to disagree. I understand I'm not always right. I've never admitted that to my husband of 48 years, though. And your hire is proof Cheers is not infallible. In closing, I've received several private messages asking me how I became Sweetwater's historian. For the record, I have not ever worked for Sweetwater. I've given myself that title, and undoubtedly there are those who look forward to me retiring from this self-appointed position. Thank you.
Lucy Ugarte.
Good evening, President Lopez Cepeda, trustees, and Dr. Aguirre. Lucy Ugarte, President, Sweetwater Education Association. I've said that much of the work that happens between SEA and the district occurs out of the public eye, is ongoing, and because of our professionalism and collaborative spirit, makes it seem easy, but it's not always the case. I want to thank you, trustees, for reading my email of Sunday, June 1st, regarding the certificated job postings I spoke about in April. The work that was completed by trustees in following up by the district administration through meeting and working with SEA leadership resulted in an additional posting for the areas that were pointed out by SEA in my message. I will continue to monitor the postings and update you all as needed. I will continue to push for probationary contracts not only in the areas the district deems necessary, but for teachers in English and social science. Our students don't just take courses in the areas of credential need, but in all subjects, including English and social science. SEA wants consistency and stability for our students and staff, knowing that there could be movement due to enrollment numbers in days 1 through 10. Makes it even more important to have voluntary movement occur before we begin classes on July 23rd. Speaking of enrollment concerns, I'd like to ask if any of you have reached out to South Bay Union School District regarding the closure of Central Elementary, or to the city officials in IB who allowed 2 apartment buildings to give notice to 115 families for renovations. I have to believe that both of these situations could negatively impact our enrollment, not just now, but in the years to come. I'm just putting it out there that it might be a good idea to reach out in order to be prepared. Finally, I want to specifically thank Trustees Lopez and Lopez Cepeda for sponsoring our SCTU Day of the Educator in May. Our teachers, counselors, speech pathologists, nurses, teacher librarians across all South Bay districts were able to relax and enjoy a celebration of them all. It was much appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Mark Anthony Hall.
My legs are still sitting in that chair.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Lopez Cepeda, trustees, Dr. Geary. I have 3 items I want to share with you in 3 minutes. Before I do that, I want you to know that I'm a board member of the Munoz Family Scholarship Fund. And they asked me what schools did I want to pick out of all of San Diego County, and I picked Chula Vista High School. I was able to read 13 people who wanted the scholarships. I literally cried. They should be evaluating me. Chula Vista has some of the smartest kids. I'm talking about straight A's since 8th grade. And I tried hard for another $10,000. They wouldn't give it to me. But the 2 ladies I picked, one is going to UCLA, Miss Emerson. One's going to UCSD. Excellent people. One's mother has cancer for 3 years. She took care of her family, still did everything she could do. Other one, both parents have federal jobs. They were fired. So she needed the money. We gave her the money. And so I just want to let you guys, out of sight, but not out of heart. I chose Chula Vista on purpose. I will be back there next year, hopefully with $30,000. Looking for 3 excellent kids to help them. And in light of these big budgets, it seemed like just pennies, but to them, it was great. So I just want to share that with you. Real quickly, I have another packet, and this one is for the President and Vice President, and for Dr. Geary and Dr. Moore. We said back there, we used the word ecstatic. I'm ecstatic. Manhood ABC has grown. We are now Manhood ABC LLC, Bloom ABC. We're in San Diego County schools. We're in charter schools. We're in San Diego Unified schools. The principal said, "You got anything for girls?" And for 5 years, I told him no. So we finally have a second-to-none curriculum for girls who are still struggling with social and emotional issues. I hope you guys don't let that word go away. Yesterday, kids have social and emotional issues with police, with community, with teachers, with their parents. They are still trying to fight to make it. So Bloom ABC is now available. I want you to look at that if you get a chance. The curriculum's in there. I also attached a letter I got yesterday from, I'm an optimist. I'm a dreamer. And I would like you all to have the relationship with this school district that we have with other districts. If you see that letter I just got yesterday, how we operate within the schools and with the teachers and with the counselors and with the principals, it is fabulous. So fabulous, I probably will never retire. I'm 66 years old. I am motivated by children. Children keep me young. I can't quit. There's too many boys that need our help, and a lot of men want to work with me, but they want to pop in 1 week, tell you about financial planning, then disappear. I can't hire nobody like that. I need people who show up every week, build rapport, build trust, stay with kids so they can graduate. Last but not least, our curriculum has always been updated. All year, kids have been asking me, what do I do when I meet a police officer? We're adding that to our curriculum, how to behave, how to act, choices you have when you come in contact with law enforcement. I see a lot of negative stuff. I have a lot of great friends who are cops. And we know there's some that kids struggle with. They have to be taught how to deal with law enforcement and keep on moving on with their lives. But I'm excited. Again, I hope I get a chance to work with the district. Dr. Moore got us in once before. And I hope to just work with the kids. They need more men, but they don't need men who show up one time and disappear. Thank you.
No further speakers.
All right. Clerk of the board, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, the following items are pulled. F2 by Mr. Lopez, F3 by staff, F5 by Ms. Lopez Zepeda, F6 by the public. H1 has been withdrawn by staff. I3 by staff. J1 by the public. L3 by the public. And O2 by staff.
Okay. All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second?
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving right along. Report on board requests for information and policy direction to staff.
Actually,
and-
F2.
Oh. I don't have anything on F2.
Mr. Lopez pulled it.
Oh.
Hi.
Mr. Lopez.
So I just wanted to ask, I hate missing meetings. I already missed one. In early September, I'll be in the East Coast missing, and so I would miss the September meeting. I just wanted to see if you all were available, maybe the second Monday.
What is the second Monday?
The 8th is the second Monday.
September 8th,
Oh.
September 15th is the date that you're talking
No,
about?
the 8th is the one I'll be,
So
Yeah.
September 15th.
sorry, the following one.
So yeah, September 8th is the first meeting. September 15th is the third Monday.
That's right, it's the third, huh? Because the first would be the first one. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Motion to approve as amended? Second?
Okay, so that's a yay?
Mm-hmm.
Second? You seconded it?
He seconded already.
To change the date of the September meeting
As
to
amended.
Monday,
September
September 15th. Correct?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes,
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you.
Gosh, okay, now F3. Report on board requests for information and policy direction to staff and board communication. Anything? Communications?
If I could briefly just say, this was my first grad season here at Sweetwater, and it was a long week, but it was a very fun week, and very happy to see all the diplomas we handed out. From the first event we attended, which was for special ed students, and then the adult school, and then all the different high schools. That was a lot of fun. I was really tired, but it was fun.
Okay. Hold on, I do have stuff. I have a lot of stuff. Come on, open up. Okay, what an incredible week. I felt honored to attend 10 graduations and promotions this past week. It was a thrilling moment to see the culmination of students' hard work. The pride and joy displayed by the graduates and their families was truly touching. I wish every grad success in the next chapter of their lives. A suggestion was shared with me for the planning of next year's graduation schedule. Do not know who that may be. I strongly encourage the planning committee to try not to schedule Olympian High School and Eastlake Middle School on the same day. Olympian grads had siblings promoting from Eastlake Middle and endured the challenge I did when I had to travel from Olympian to Eastlake High School to try to be there on time. So if that could be noted, that would be great. And it was congratulations are in order for Principal Sumenstein on his new role at the San Diego County Office of Education. Well, he will be missed at Montgomery High School. I am confident that his legacy will endure, and I wish him the very best in his new journey. On a personal note, I'd like to thank the retirees from the Sweetwater Union High School District. Your years of service in Sweetwater have helped shape the future of many young minds. Congratulations. Oh, but we also need to extend our congratulations to Dr. Aguirre for being honored with the Chula Vista Chamber of Commerce Educational Impact Award. It is a source of pride for us that Sweetwater's exceptional leadership is recognized for its contributions and achievements of the district. And here's what they stated. Our honoree is someone whose leadership in education has made a lasting and transformative difference for students, families, and the broader community. We honor Dr. Moises Aguirre, Superintendent of the Sweetwater Union High School District, a devoted educator and visionary whose career has been centered around one mission, ensuring that every student has the opportunity to succeed. Dr. Aguirre has led the district with a strong commitment to equality, innovation, and academic excellence. Under his leadership, the Sweetwater has expanded access to career and college pathways, implemented critical support services for students and families, and strengthened community partnerships that empower the next generation. What sets Dr. Aguirre apart is not just his deep knowledge of educational policy, but his belief in the potential of every student. He is a servant leader, a collaborator, and a true advocate for public education. Where's your award?
It's in the office. You made me blush. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I wouldn't be able to do this without the support of the board, the community, staff, and it's been mentioned. Doing this work doesn't necessarily mean we agree, and it's messy work. But I think we all have a fundamental belief. We're all trying to do right by our students, by our community, by our staff, and so that really helps motivate the work that the team does, because this work takes a team. So thank you.
Okay, let me see. And F3. Next one is F5, and it's pulled by me. Okay, moving to F5. F5 is the extension contract for general counsel. And I would like to extend it 2 years, so it expires in 2029. There we go, June 2029. Yes? Any conversations, questions? No? Okay. So, motion, second.
Did somebody make a motion? Oh, you made, I'm sorry, who's second? I thought you were reading, I'm sorry. Thank you, I'm sorry. Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
You can look up now.
Going to F6. And that one is pulled by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker, Lucy Ugarte.
Good evening, President Lopez Zepeda, trustees, and Dr. Aguirre. Lucy Ugarte, President, Sweetwater Education Association. As I previously stated, I began teaching in the 1900s. At the conclusion of the 25-26 school year, I will have 30 years of seniority. As you can imagine, I've experienced escalating levels of safety over that period of time. Not once in that span have I ever questioned my commitment to student safety, nor what I would do or did do when encountering the need to keep students safe. While the district works to ensure the safety of students and staff, there's always more that can be done. The opening of the safety article is a result of feedback gathered from membership during the negotiation reopener process. The top 3 concerns were in this order: wages, healthcare benefits, and safety. Wages with this are going to be open. Healthcare will be open in 26-27. The member response was clear. Safety affects everyone, students and staff, whether they are in adult ed, independent study, alt ed, comprehensive sites, in the classroom, or in the office. Everyone deserves to be safe. SEA looks forward to the upcoming negotiations and the improvements in safety for all. Thank you.
No further speakers?
Alrighty. Motion to accept the sunshine?
So moved. Second?
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Moving down to I3, report on options, Middle College, High School, opening in August 2025 on the campus of Southwestern College.
Thank you, President Lopez Cepeda. This is really an exciting presentation. It's the culmination of a lot of hard work through various years, quite literally, from different departments. And so we're really excited about this presentation. I'll ask Dr. Moore to introduce the team that will be here to speak on Middle College. Dr. Moore.
Good evening, Board, and we are very, very pleased to have a group of folks presenting regarding options Middle College, High School. And as Dr. Geary pointed out, this is a very exciting time. I mean, literally, we are weeks away from having our students in a very, very unique experience where we honored the young lady who just earlier today who did her courses through this a similar collaboration, and now we have the opportunity for students to earn credits while actually having school on the campus of Southwestern College. So this is a step in that direction to really assist our community in having some really innovative programs. Leading this effort is our principal of options Middle College, and that's Ms. Moena Santee. And she's brought her team today, which includes Assistant Principal Araceli Paconi Perez and our interim principal on special assignment and program manager in alternative ed and adult education, Christina Fox. And so without any further delay, I'll have Ms. Santee introduce the team and the students. Thank you.
Dr. Moore took my thunder, but anyway, good afternoon. I'm President Lopez Cepeda, trustees, and Dr. Aguirre. Thank you for having us today. We want to just do a small presentation because we were so excited to hear from Ivana Ruiz, because we are going to be that exact school that she just completed. So today I have with me my team here, Ms. Fox, Ms. Araceli Paconi Perez, and I have two students who are going to be speaking and telling you about their excitement about Options Middle College High School. Okay, there we go. So what is Options Middle College High School? We are the newest Sweetwater Union High School District school. We will be located on the campus of Southwestern Community College in Chula Vista, the main campus, on Otay Lakes Road. We are the previous Options Secondary School. We are picking up our school and we are moving it to the college. And what are we doing there? We are designing a high school experience so that students can be dually enrolled in Southwestern College and high school. And we are opening August 12th. All right, let's go to the next one. Okay, all right.
So what are the benefits for students going to Options Middle College High School? Well, they can earn college credits at the same time while completing their high school diploma. So there'll be courses that count for both. There's no cost, zero cost to our students. They're going to be able to take their courses that they want, full catalog, no costs to them. Our class sizes are smaller, 21-to-1, which works amazing. And that will allow us to give that personalized attention and that support to each and every student. And then we have developed advanced academic and professional skills, so they're going to get those skills while in college. as part of the courses. And of course, it's early exposure to college and career level coursework. So they'll be able to choose that AA route, get that complete, or maybe there's a certificate they'd rather do, they can choose that pathway as well.
Our current enrollment is exciting. We have 30 students that are coming with us from Options Secondary, and they've committed to this journey with us. In addition to those 30 students, we have 25 incoming new ninth graders and counting. We are making phone calls, sending messages, actively recruiting more potential students for this wonderful program. And the way we've done that is, next slide, thank you. These flyers that you see here on the bottom left, those were sent out to over 5,000 of our students in middle school and feeder programs. In addition, in collaboration with Southwestern College, social media, you see that they have actively supported our efforts in putting the message out in the community via the social media and their marquee. That along with myself, Ms. Fox, and Ms. Santee visiting middle schools and speaking to parents and students about the wonderful things that the middle college can bring to their community.
Hi, I am Rita Faraj. I've been going to Option Secondary since 7th grade, and I want to say good evening to the Board of Trustees. We are here to express sincere gratitude from my school and I. We want to say thank you for all the dedication and hard work that you put into creating Options Middle College High School. We also want to say big thanks to Miss Principal Santee and Mrs. Fox. We are very grateful for this new opportunity of success. I would also like to say we are very appreciative, as I've also signed up for 2 college course credits classes for next school year. But I'm not only excited for myself, but also for the future generation of Options Middle College, as they get to experience the dual success of enrolling for our high school and for the college classes. And I'm very excited, as I know a lot of students who will be attending there, and we are just very grateful and thankful for this opportunity of college success. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nanette Morales. We deeply appreciate the time, effort, and thought that has been put into our school. We are glad to be afforded this opportunity to grow as students and individuals. Me especially, I'm excited to further delve into my interests and excitements in taking college courses. So thank you for your hard work and commitment to our future education experiences.
We could not do this without your support, and we have been working on this silently for a few years, and to have this happen this summer is amazing. We are so excited, and we just want to thank you. We want to thank the Southwestern College Board as well. They've been very pivotal in what we've done here as well. We want to thank district leadership for all of their help, the staff, the community, and the number one population who will benefit from this is our students. So thank you so much, and thank you for having us.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Does anyone have any questions?
What's their mascot?
They're wolves.
Make sure I ask.
They're wolves. They're the wolf pack. I know that.
Just want to make sure everybody else knows too.
Yeah, look, they have a new logo and everything.
Well, I would like to know more about, as entry-level students, what kinds of courses are going to be available to them, and at what grade level?
So the 9th grade students who are coming with us, their entry-level class is a PD 100 class, and it is a class that will expose them to college life, how to write a paper, what the campus looks like, how to access resources. They will teach them how to write, how to email their teachers, because they won't be communicating with their parents. They will be communicating directly with their college professors. So in the second semester, they'll be taking communications. And the communications class is a class that they need for us and also to take with them in their next endeavors. So we have that spelled out for them for their first year. And then we'll let them take off into the direction that they want to go for their career choice or their college choices.
Okay, so jumping in, it's not going to be sink or swim. You're going to give them some basics so that they can navigate the system and the process.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
And we also, we have anchor teachers who are going to actually help them move with their cohort so that they can have that extra resource. So a teacher who is certificated in that special area. So if they need that additional help, they have that help with them. And that was set up in our contract. And so that's very pivotal for them to have.
And again, they are informed upfront that these resources exist and they're encouraged to take advantage of that.
Absolutely, and we will help take them through how to access resources.
Excellent.
Yes,
Okay, good, good.
absolutely.
Because success that's the product you're
That is
looking
it.
for. And so it works against your goals to see kids struggling along the way. You've got a system set up so that you can help bring them along.
Absolutely. And the options model of it being a small school that we help with students and we take them along the way, which our students spoke about, it's like a family. And so we are going to keep that options model at the heart of what we're doing.
And you say you limit the admissions. How many students in each class coming in?
So our ratio is 21 to 1. So we are looking forward to having 3 cohorts our first year and continuing that every year until we reach our maximum capacity of 250 students.
When you say cohorts, what do you mean?
So cohorts mean the 9th graders that come in, 21 to 1. If we have 3 of them, they will move together when they come in.
Okay.
And then the anchor teachers and the counselors that we have, the college counselors and the high school counselors, will help develop a plan of their career path or whatever they're interested for college. And then they will go off and we will help them sign up for the classes of their choosing.
Okay, terrific. And all that
Yes.
information will be spelled out to the students from jump so that there's no concern, questions about where they go.
We have orientations already set up for students and for parents. We have an onboarding process where we take them through the campus. We have Southwestern Community College staff. They will work with us and help onboarding our parents and sharing all the resources with them. We are going to take them hand in hand and they will know everything they need to know.
And will you tell us, share the dates and times that you're going to be doing that? Because maybe some of us would like to tag along and see how this orientation works.
Absolutely. We open on August the 12th. We are waiting for district leadership to tell us when we are going to do our presentation to the community, because we are going to do a launch to the community because we want the community to know immediate press release of exactly what we're doing. And so we will definitely get those dates to you when that happens because we want all of you there.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And good luck.
I have some questions. Transportation. Are students being provided transportation or the students will find their own way there?
So at this time, we currently are not providing district level transportation. We are actually helping them with pronto passes.
Okay.
Yes, we are actually going to help them with that. But right now, we don't have district level transportation for our students.
Next question is participation of extracurricular activities like sports. Would they be able to participate at the college level, or will they be participating at high school, their home high school? And along with that, like robotics and any of the other clubs?
Okay. Ms. Fox, I'll let you take this question, but we have the answer.
So athletics, they will be able to participate. There's an MOU with CIF. If they're currently at Montgomery, participating at Montgomery, they can stay there and finish out so they don't have a sit-out period. Or new ones, they can choose, they have a choice. They can participate with Bonita Vista High School, if that is their choice, or they can participate at their school of residence, whatever that ends up being. That's what the MOU states. At this time, clubs, we have clubs on our campus, but if there is a club that they want, they can also participate with that club at Bonita. If there's like a robotics, if we don't have that, and that's something they want, they can participate at Bonita.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's take our picture. that was fun. Okay, J1. Okay, item J1 from the public.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
I took the time to reach out to Dr. Moore, advising him I'd be pulling this item, not to ask a question because the write-up was thorough, but rather to express a commentary, which I'm sure he's on the edge of the seat waiting to hear. It is important to note I thoroughly researched Solution Tree, watched more than a few of their online videos. My concern is not with the quality of Solution Tree, but rather is what they offer, what is needed for Palomar. You simply cannot teach the inspiration needed when attempting to connect with students whose needs are greater. Prior to Olympian High's opening, Brand 2, as in Dr. Brand, made a conscious decision to reach out and reassign to Olympian teachers throughout the district those he considered the best of the best. His alleged desire was to make Olympian the desired college prep high school. Palomar, a continuation school, is a much-needed resource for its deserving students. Its student body presents as needing specialized educators, those who have the certain it factor. My eldest was sped and acted out in many ways. Many teachers, God love them, found her more than challenging. Then at Montgomery Middle School, she was assigned to a phenomenal teacher, Fran Brinkman. Keep in mind, Sunny is now 54. Things were much different then. All of Fran's students presented as challenging, not all sped, many Palomar-like students. I remember one student telling me at an open house, I traveled the sewer system versus the streets. Without taking a breath, you know, I'm only here because of Fran. I used to hate school, but I made a promise to her that I was going to graduate. Yes, Fran, as they all called her, was special. She was the troubled kid whisperer. No matter how difficult the student, she found a way. Not that she was better than any other educator, but she had it. Palomar students' needs present as unique. In my opinion, the valuable students at Palomar need educators that have that same it factor. Teachers who are able to connect and in doing so inspire the students to want to learn. Respectfully, not 90,000 or 900 will bring the results Ms. Hayes is striving to achieve for her students. It is going to take teachers who have that special ability to connect with Palomar students, inspire them, instill in them the belief they have the potential to reach that which they think is unobtainable. I understand there are constraints due to the union. Respectfully, I ask, why not work with the union trying something different? Think outside the box. Seek out troubled student whisperer teachers within our district. Number two, consider there comes a time when a new collective vision is needed. Respectfully, it is difficult to state my view while attempting to not offend teachers, a profession I have the utmost respect for. I rewrote this comment at least 15 times, and it still doesn't read the way I really intended it to read. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Motion to accept item or questions or comments?
I'm interested to hear what Dr. Moore would say.
Thank you for the question, and Ms. Cheers did reach out. Thank you for the comment. I think my comments would be, last week we participated in the graduation ceremony at Palomar High School, and we had one of the largest graduating classes. There were over 176 students that had finished throughout the year, but we had
102.
Yeah, 102, thank you, because President Lopez Cepeda accepted that graduating class that were on stage. And what this effort, in particular Solution Tree, is looking to partner with our school to do is really around the culture of the school, in working with the staff in developing that culture. I think Principal Haynes, since her appointment, which was earlier this year, so she's completed her first year, has identified school culture as something she wants to focus on. And it's really working directly with the teachers to, as Ms. Cheers described, to really be student whisperers, in the idea that our students that are referred to Palomar are there because ideally they'll need some more assistance and thrive with that support. That's a recognition by Principal Haynes and as well as the staff that are there. I really do believe that solution tree, which we have used in our district in other capacities, is a good partner in this effort because I think they can build on this passion that does exist at Palomar. I just think that Principal Haynes really wants to continue the good work, but enhance it with the collaborative effort. We will be happy to provide the board and the public with updates on this as we progress.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'll go ahead and move.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Moving along to L3 by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
I warned Ms. Quirk about this prior to the meeting. As a member of Montgomery High School's 2 bond project committees, I learned much, especially with the second project. County Board of Ed Project Manager Michael Nichols headed that build. Every Monday meeting was held, much to the dismay of many attendees, including contractors, architects, and inspectors, not to mention Rodrigo and Alcala. I attended every one till the project was completed. What made Project 2 so successful was the inclusion of all of the Montgomery High School departments. They were able to point out the little things normally overlooked or not considered. In reviewing the change order backup, I am convinced monies could be saved. Number 1, removal of abandoned electrical conduits, light fixtures, and water lines. These were previously there prior to bidding the project. Number 2, add stair stripes per building code. Why is this a change order? Number 3, revise pedestrian gates to allow for installation of district standard hinges. No one identified the standards. Number 4, install panels to access heat sensor. This seems like a no-brainer to me. Number 5, why are we adding on power washing and painting of north walls of 300 to 700 buildings at Olympian? The project approved was for a new building. I'm not questioning the need. I'm questioning what is supposed to be a fiscally sound project bid process, clearly identifying the project without add-ons. Question, are any members of the dais keeping a running total of the change order amounts on these monthly agendas? To bring this comment full circle, are individual school site department heads included in the initial planning of projects? That was a question. I'm sorry, I didn't say it as one. Respectfully, as Mr. Nichols pointed out, we don't know what we don't know because we have not been here day after day and know the current potential issues. That's why he included so much staff of the schools. While many of these change orders should have been identified and included, there have been more than a few to date that should have been automatic. For example, stair stripes per building code. Are we keeping current the big book, Mr. Woods, you can let them know what that is, Dr. Gary, took many months to complete, which identified Sweetwater standards. Thank you for your time.
No further speakers.
Questions or comments? No?
Well, is there somebody who could respond to these questions raised by Mrs. Cheers?
I'll ask Ms. Quirk.
Good evening, thank you. So what I didn't really hear a question, I'll be honest, and so we are doing active construction, $168 million worth of active construction, and are in the process of bidding another $30 million worth of construction. We are going to have change orders. Sometimes there are things that are driven by code. Sometimes there are things that are forgotten. Sometimes there are things that are discovered. And sometimes there is going to be an occasional, yeah, we need to do that. And so we're going to go and do that to round out the project and deliver the quality and the integrity of the projects that we are committed to doing for our district. With the value of the work that we're running, and if you look, this item right here tells you what our cumulative change order rate is for each one of those projects, and the backup, in addition to these change orders, tells you the specific change order value for each one of these projects. So as an example, Castle Park High School Stadium is 89% completed in its construction, and it has less than a 1% change order rate. I will put our change order rates up against anybody, anywhere, anytime. They're phenomenal. And I'm really proud of the work and the diligence that the team is doing. Yes, we still have standards. We have district standards in terms of what a space should look like, and we have technical standards. And we go through those at length and ad nauseum every single project. We will continue to maintain the integrity and the quality of the work that we're doing.
So, Ms. Quirk, we have to learn how to see the trees from the forest or the forest from the trees, correct?
Yes.
All right. Motion to approve.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia? Yes. Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item O2, Trustee Emerald, you need to,
Do I need to recuse?
yes, please,
Abstain.
abstain. All right, I move the item.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Ms. Emerald abstains. Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 abstention.
And with that, good evening to everyone. The meeting is adjourned.